I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we are going to be working on some tile sets for Insignia's Chapter 2, doing a bit of a revision on a zone tile set. Basically just sort of taking a little bit of time to think about, with all the things that I've learned, how to create a more holistic space that we can do some more interesting designs inside of for the mountain area in Chapter 2. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Big thanks to Software Artificer for joining us so quickly. Astrid Air 1 is here, most recently following, and Ed Conkey is the most recent subscriber. Thank you so much. Also, a big shout out to anyone who joins us on YouTube. Welcome. Today, we have, in about 25 minutes, some team meetings coming up. We got team stand-up with a bit of show and tell. And then, I'm going to be getting into these tile sets. There is some work that I'd like to be doing outside of this stuff, but, we'll see how far we get. Let's first just show you sort of what I'm working with here. Okay. I should mention also, I had a bit of a break over the weekend, took a day off on Friday and got back Sunday. I'm a little bit, you can't even tell because the lighting is pink here, but I'm a bit sunburned actually. Feels good. So, let me show you some tile set stuff I'm doing. So this is a revision on a tile set. I'm kind of, always looking to see how I can improve these. So this is the previous one, which looks good. It's one of my favorites in terms of the work that I did on it, but I think it's very inefficient. I'm looking to just have my tile sets in the game in general just be way, way, way easier to produce. And there are certain holdovers, I guess, from this. Well, this is kind of an iteration on, like, these ones here are 16 by 16. They're very small, very granular, and took a long time to get good. And then this one is 32 by 32. Also has a lot of art in it for what it is. Like this base cube and this base thing here. There's a lot of, information here for not a lot of context, like variation. So the idea of like stripping this back is something that I'm interested in doing. I can show you kind of what that looks like. Yeah, I recovered well. I wasn't feeling well on Thursday. I think I was pretty sick. Well, not pretty sick, just, annoyingly less healthy than I'd like to be. And so, yeah, over the weekend, I recovered well, I think. So you can see these shapes are smaller than the others. And yet they give us, everything we pretty much need for interior and exterior shapes. Pretty happy with it so far. I think these will work in the game. By comparison, these ones are much larger. Look at this. Like this shape is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 7. Whereas these ones are, I think, 5 by 5. Yeah. So it doesn't only sounds like a couple more pixels. I mean, a couple more tiles, but the surface area of 7 by 7 is much bigger than 5 by 5. So way more additional things to do. 7 times 7 is 49. 5 by 5 is 25. So huge difference. The way that I like to do it, I do like it, an odd number is how I like to do it. So, you know, one tile in the center, like this, and then a corner in each side, basically. So it's essentially 3x3 with the exterior tiles too. The way I do it in Insignia is I have like a collider that's this size, and then this is like padding essentially. It just lets the player run up against the wall without without it sort of, you don't want the player to like stop, you know, to stop here. You kind of want them to go all the way up against at least the middle of this until they stop moving. Hey Bomber, yes, welcome. On YouTube, we got a comment from Blazin saying, I'm supposed to be sleeping, but I can't help but notice that you have a tile map thing on the left-hand side. How do you get that? I'm assuming you're using Aseprite. I am using Aseprite. This is what you're talking about here. And you'll notice over here, there's a little icon on this layer that I'm on. This is a tile layer. If you have a current version of Aseprite, you can just make any layer and you can right click it and press convert to tile map, or you can go layer, new tile map layer. Once you do that, it'll give you the options for the grid width and height of the tile set, and then it'll put the editor into tile mode. So these are the tile mode options, and there are 3 basic modes for how that works. I'll give you a little tour. So constructing tiles in Aseprite is pretty straightforward. You have a couple options. So you have, let's say we draw a shape, we draw another shape. These automatically become tiles when I'm in tile mode 2. This is what I would call like the most basic mode. So any new changes you make while in this mode up here will create a new tile. But if I edit an existing one, it will edit there. If, however, I take this tile and I'm in tile mode 2, and I draw here, it won't update here, even though I copied that tile and there's only one tile definition for this shape. With tile mode 2, nothing will happen. It'll actually make a new tile in addition to, and that's what this is. This is like add. But if I go back to tile mode 1, which is space 1, so space 1, 2, 3 is how I get between them. Space 1 will make it so that if I make a change here, it makes a change there too. So you can actually do simultaneous, you know, you can basically have one tile in a few different contexts and you can update it in real time. This also works for, say, painting across shapes. So here, this is the same tile over and over again, and you can see how it tessellates based on the changes you make in tile mode 1. Then there's tile mode 3, which will basically make a tile no matter what you do. It will just continue to add new tiles for every brushstroke, which I don't personally need. So I mostly just go between 1 and 2. Pressing space tab will put you into tile painting mode. So you can use instead of inking and dropping pixels, you're inking and dropping tiles. Oh, music is too loud, way too loud. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sorry, chat. I can't hear the music as loud as you can. So that's my B. Shall we take everything from the top? Anyway, that's the tutorial. So you can basically, you can paint in tiles once you're in this mode, which is space tab. And with just those 3 things, you can pretty much do whatever you like. So, like all this. Hey, Virtue, thank you so much. Thanks for the sub. This and this are the same thing. So actually I could kind of just remove this. I don't really need it. I can delete these. And I can take this stuff. These are unique, so I'll put them over here. So the tile set right now is just this. That's the whole tile set. I'm confused as to why when I look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a square, and that's a square, and that's 4 by 4. Why are the interiors only 4, but the exteriors are 5? No, the corners are 4. I guess I suppose if I cut out the middle, it will do the same thing. Yeah, technically you could do it that way. Or alternatively, if I really wanted to make it 5, which I don't really want to make it 5, but if I did, what you could do is just add 1 into this. You take this and this, and you copy and paste them and put them in here, but inverted. So it's this, 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 and that, which is no longer well, it's no longer minimal, but it looks pretty. I actually prefer tile set templates that are more legible. I don't really need them to be perfectly compact. So the fact that you see this twice, you know. Because otherwise you would need, well, I mean, and it's not even that, I'm not even that against it, but you would need basically your left and right, your floor and ceiling tiles as well, which I'm actually prepared to do now anyway. I have a team meeting in about less than 10 minutes. So we're going to get that going pretty soon. 13 minutes, not less than 10, greater than 10. Cool. Hey, I'm doing well. Yeah. What's bright? What is this bright wizardry? Welcome to the magic zone. Okay. So now we can take this and we can go like this and do, you know, whatever we want here really. I would like to make it one more. I think you need a few variations here. So here I would go into like sprite mode 2 and I would just mess all this up. I would just make it as varied as possible. The looping is actually really good. It looks pretty good for a tile set. Kirill, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, like that doesn't bother me at all, that loop. But a little bit of variation's always good. Hey Tony, we're working on tile sets today. Hey Ed. Oh, crusty old clinker. What color? Pink. It was pink. Nice job. Not yummy. That's your second one. And your second one in like not that long of a distance of time either. You were the one, 4 wins ago it was you. I'm just a tourist. Yeah, we can do that. Cause I'm just a tourist. Yeah, I actually have never tried checking if the distribution is even or not. Like I don't know. Okay. And then take all that away. Don't need that. Probably just push this up by 1. And actually, we can make this even better if we go like this. Nice. It's okay. Hey, Mercy Elder. How's it going? That'll do me, I think, for now. I actually don't need this at all. This is just made up. It's not part of the tile set. It does look good though, doesn't it? I really like how it feels, this tile set. It's kind of got this, I don't know, something about it. The trees I am going to do on their own file. That doesn't work. That's better. Hey, Project Zero. No worries. You miss my old tutorials? Aw. I'm thinking of doing a new one soon. I'm thinking I might do tile set styles or side-scrolling styles next. Everyone seems to really like the style videos, and I haven't done one in ages. So I'd be happy to break down styles. Or even just like, I don't know, something about like putting together a tile set. I mean, I've done that so many times, but I feel like I still haven't kind of nailed it yet. All right. I could probably put him in there actually, and that would actually totally work, I think. If I go here. No, it doesn't work. I can't put him in there. That would be sick. As a little tag. Like I'm a street artist or something. I'm gonna blow my nose. Huh. Hey Carvo. I'm good at technical stuff, but new to art. I can't find my own style. It all looks copied. My brain sees style choices as tough 1 or 0 question, instead of something that I can imagine. What simple steps should I take to pick a unique art style? So the first thing is, you can't pick a unique art style. You have to develop a unique art style. And if you are a computer-minded person, you have to think about these things as spaces. You know, you take game style A, B, C, D, and you think about them like a space. The different choices made in different ways. And you can start in a specific spot. You can say, okay, this is Mega Man X. And you can say, and this is Monkey Island, or this is Pokemon Ruby. And you can start thinking about the spaces between them. You know, that's how you develop a style. You essentially have to search the space for something that works, that's not a ripoff of something else. And you can do that by treating existing media as like references. I have a really good video about how to reference, and it's drawing trees is the context, but that kind of sets up this kind of mindset. So, you know, the difference between like, you know, one game might have like outlines for everything. One game might have no outlines for anything. And then you can look at the different games that have, you know, those kinds of things and start breaking them down. So I even have, even in my like Pixel, I don't know if you've seen this video, art styles for indie games. It's like Momodora. It's one of my favorites. So I started to, you know, break down in this video the different kinds of aesthetics that I noted. There's a completely different axes of like what makes something interesting or valuable, or how to just cluster. It's just cluster analysis. It's just like take these things and put them together, take these things and put them together. What makes them the same? What makes them different? And then you can start identifying what you like or dislike or whatever about each of those things. And I guess picking an art style is about a relationship between you and what you want to express and your audience and what you think they'll be responsive to or receptive to. So, you know, painterly may not be as clear, but it's more expressive. Outlines are more clear, but maybe a little bit less, you know, the contrast is kind of baked in. So you can't do a more like washed out scene with hard outlines if you're using black for the outlines. So it's just that like push and pull searching space of trying to understand what it is that you like about something. And you can certainly like learn the techniques by referencing. My most recent TikTok shows that, where I'm talking about Monkey Island, and like just draw a sprite inside of one of these screenshots, you know, just draw a new character in the same style as the artist did. That's fine for, you know, learning the basics of the actual, I guess, understanding each of those styles. but then you want to be able to sort of branch out and understand the differences between the choices. So I guess what you're trying to do, which is hard for you, is like, okay, I want to draw a boot, right? Okay, I could draw a boot like this, or I could draw a boot like this, you know, or I could draw a boot like this. And like, which one's better, and why would I choose one and not the other? And, you know, what makes a boot a boot? You know what I mean? If I outline this one, what does that do? You know, in a way, the best person to ask those questions is you, having produced the work. You know, like if you do the art and then look at it, you ask yourself, do I like this? And would I prefer to see this done a different way? And I think that preference comes from consuming media and just thinking about what you like about it. To me, that's basically it. When I'm watching a movie or I'm playing a game, I look at the choices and I'm thinking about, you know, do I like this? Does this remind me of something else that I like? Does it feel like something that I could build my world off of? Or if I'm watching something like a movie or a TV show, you know, did I like these choices? Does that support what I think that the director is trying to go for? Or is this something where if they made a different thing, a different choice, you know, maybe that would have been cooler. Like in this horror movie, the villain, you know, the monster was just a little too cute. If the monster was a little more ugly, maybe that would have made it less sympathetic. You know, maybe I wouldn't have felt a bit sad when they killed it in the end. You know, stuff like that. Just understanding the relationship between the expression and then the outcome, the sentiment. So like, you know, in Insignia, our main character, Armin, his feet are really small and his hands are really small. I don't show fingers. Why don't I do that? I don't do that because I prefer this chibi look, right? In Japanese, like manga culture, there's an art sub-style called chibi. Chibi makes things look cute, more childlike, right? Smaller hands, smaller feet, bigger head. But it also works for me in a pixel art sense because I'm trying to economize the silhouette. I'm trying to show you more of the face and less of the parts of the body that I don't really care about or that aren't practical, don't have practical relationships to the gameplay. So the feet, drawing the feet as larger wouldn't make the character, it wouldn't help the times in the game where I've got, you know, colliders and hitboxes. If the feet were bigger, having them, you know, sort of not be too janky when the character's mostly off of an edge would be harder to do. So having them be smaller and more like points helps a little bit. So, you know, I made design decisions based on my needs and based on my preferences. It's less about, at that point, you're not just copying styles, you're actually thinking about relationships. You're not just saying, this game did this game did this. You're saying, well, this kind of technique has this effect, and this game did that. And this kind of technique has this effect, and this game did that. My game has different needs. So in my game, because I need this more than that, I'll choose this technique, or I'll change this technique to meet my needs. That comes with experience. All right, I'm going to jump into, we've got a team meeting right now. Alrighty. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, let me crank up the volume and then I'll forget it later and blast everybody in chat's ears out when the music comes back
Hopefully, I'm
How's
not too
everyone
quiet.
doing?
I'm still sorting out this microphone.
Oh, you're super quiet, Luca.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Hey, Elias.
Hey.
Hey, Morgan Composer.
Hey,
How's it going?
good, yeah.
Sweet. Did everyone have a good weekend?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds good.
I was up the coast over the weekend. Went to the Central Coast and just caught some sun, which was good. Feeling pretty relaxed today, so ready to get back into it. Anybody else do
Yeah.
something fun or watch anything interesting?
Yeah, I went to Pride. That was fun.
Oh, sweet.
I forgot it was on until like 2 days ago.
Nice.
I don't how you say leave the house. So my friends were like, "Are you going?" I'm like, "What?" That depends. Are you going?
I just did some family stuff. Hopefully, I'm louder now. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yep.
I went to a live mocap band performance thing.
Oh, was this from
Sally,
yeah. How was that?
she did a talk at Waypoint. Yeah, it was really interesting. So she was, for context for other people, he had a mocap sort of rig, and she was controlling a virtual character in real time, and then performing an EP that she's just released with this sort of digital band. But yeah, performing the mocap live. So we were watching the screen of the character, and then she was in another room doing the mocap. But then at a certain point, she would also show like video stream of her moving to sort of show the process as well. Yeah, it was really interesting.
That's so cool.
That's so cool.
Does she control the different characters at different times?
It was hard to tell. She didn't explicitly say. I think she had someone else controlling one of the characters,
Oh, I see.
and then she was definitely controlling the main character. But I don't know if she was doing other characters at certain points. It was hard to tell.
Because I thought a bit about how that would have to work if one person's controlling the band, and I was thinking about how like you could do it like loop style. You know, you record like 5 seconds and then you let that loop, and then you control 5 seconds of somebody else. You have to like stack them.
Yeah.
I really want to see that. What's it called? Something desert related?
Big Stand. Big Stand, I think, is the name of the virtual band. And yeah, they just released an EP. And she's doing a PhD on it as well. So it's like a research project as well as just
So
a
cool.
creative project. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get a link up for people in chat.
But yeah, at one point, like there was one character, sort of this flying character, and it would like go off the screen, and then someone would come in with this plushy sort of version of the character with a phone strapped on the front of it, and it would like be showing her like a video footage feed of what the phone could see, so she could then interact with audience members as well.
Oh,
It was,
that's pretty cool.
it's really cool.
It's really impressive. Like as a world building exercise, it's so cool.
Yeah, and the whole EP sort of told a story as well across the few songs.
It reminds me a lot of that Daft Punk album with the anime.
Yeah, true.
So
it's like the alien people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Well, I guess we could just jump into show and tell today for anyone who's interested. I suppose I'll start.
Well, you're at the top of the list.
I am at the top of the list. I know. I'm forgetting my own system. Well, today I've been doing a little bit of tile set stuff. I've been mocking up. I actually just deleted all the mock-up stuff for it. But I was thinking about like scenes in chapter 2 that I wanted to do some more like explicit level design around so that we could do more cutscenes and stuff in them. It's a bit like, what's the word? sort of very derailed from where I started this morning of like, I'm going to do cutscenes. And then I was like, all of these spaces suck. Why do they suck? They're missing set decoration. Why are they missing set decoration? Well, I didn't really design a tile set for this stuff in the way that I would do it today. So how about I just try that now? So that's sort of what got me here. And yeah, I'm just going to go through and see if I can get a rough something going that I would feel comfortable adding more specific set decoration stuff into. And then hopefully that can be used sort of a bit more appropriately across chapter. Like right now, chapter 2 is very like brown and green. So if instead we have this sort of one that's a bit more both, it might sort of help not be quite as disparate in these spaces. Outside of that, gosh, we're really close now with the demo for chapter 1. Like you can pretty much play, well, you've been able to play through it for a couple of weeks now, but I might see later in the week if I can get through some of this Athenium stuff, just reviewing a bit of that. But yeah, mechanics wise, it's coming together really well. There are these like, I guess, many different little refinements that I could do that I need to start now weighing up whether or not I want to wait to do those refinements to share the demos with publishers, or if I just pull the trigger. Certainly, I think showing the demo to players sooner than later, like next week maybe, would be probably the preference. So I'm just going to keep chipping away at that in not my main amount of time this week. What else? Well, I can't speak for what everyone else has been doing because you're going to speak for yourselves. So what else? Oh, I was doing some work on some animations for Armin that I guess I'll just not talk about right now. Doing some combat related stuff. Talk about it another time when it's a bit further along. Okay, that's me. What about, and this week I guess, well, I've already mentioned that, so I think I'm good. Okay. Elias, how about you?
Yeah, I've been working on. So, well, I guess I'll share what I'm talking about first.
Let's see it.
So this week I spent some time implementing the sounds for the Forge, stuff that had been changed around and switched up in chapter 1.
Yep.
Oops.
Put it back.
So all of these sounds.
I love that sound.
That's so sick.
Ooh, yeah.
And then the teleporter sounds too. It's all in one.
So good. It's come together so well.
And then I've also been, well, even earlier this week, I was doing some enemy drafts. So this week I'll be working on the Froggen, this one. Yeah, so it's just a system that lets us, like, normally if you're doing enemy design, or you would take, say, like different animals, sounds, real recordings of different animals, and slow them down and layer them on top of each other, walruses and camels and dogs, and like get them to sound something convincing. This approach, by synthesizing them, lets us make one tone, and then we can stretch it, bend it, twist it, pull it and pop it like 10 different ways, and it's a lot more economical. So this week I'll be working on implementing the frog and sounds, but I did a whole bunch that Adam took a look at even earlier this week. I'll share the Hunden one because I think this is cool, even though it probably won't, most definitely won't end up used for the Hunden, but yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Working magic.
Yeah, sounds great.
Thank you, Elias. I never stop getting impressed by how much stuff changes when you add sound to it. And
I
music, of
know.
course. Yeah, it's just like it goes from just being a thing that I drew or that the team drew or whatever to like, oh, that's actually the real thing that's happening in that moment. Like you just believe
Yeah.
it. Hey, Luca,
Appreciate it.
what have you been working on?
Hello. Let's see. So we were working on a bit of the new enemy last week, the gecko. So playing around with some animation. Let me just get that up. So let's see. So I kind of have two versions of this. So this one where his head, the tilt of his head kind of remains on the same side. It kind of looks okay from when he's moving horizontally.
Mm-hmm.
And then this version, when he's moving upwards, his head changes the tilt a bit. It seems to look better. Yeah, I don't know. Just playing around and seeing what, like for example, yeah, this one where his head's on the same tilt again, but moving upwards. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just kind of playing around with that. I think I just need to work on the limbs a bit, or maybe just see how he actually looks like when he's moving.
Yeah, I can give you some feedback for this.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, just when he's stationary, it kind of looks like he's just sliding there, but yeah.
Cool. Good start.
Yeah.
I would say, like, very briefly, not to give like too much feedback during show and tell, but I think having the spikes and the head rock back and forth kind of subtracts from the snake-like quality of it. Like the limbs kind of are articulating, like waving. So when you roll it, it kind of looks like a more stable object that's just rolling on an axis. So I can give you a bit more specific pointers, but yeah, it's looking great so far.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. All right. Yeah, the only other thing was a bit more on the slam shell. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think you guys have seen this, but just testing the telegraph and the reorient. Yeah, so that's those roughs for the.
Yep.
Oh, I should probably have it full screen.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I love the way it comes up.
Thanks. Yeah, so I think that's it. Other minor things like working on some idols, like updating Kerr's idol. Yeah, but yeah, still working on that.
Cool. Nice. Well, we'll be in touch. I guess have we got animation meeting after this?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's right.
Yeah, we'll go into it a bit more detail after that. Thanks, Luca.
No worries.
Morgan Animator. What have you been up to? Well, I know, but
You know what I've been up to.
for everybody else, for the rest of the class.
Yeah, I've just been mostly skinning those. Hang on. just these almonds for you.
Skinning
Just for
almonds.
weights. Yeah. He's sliding across the floor or
Mhm.
rolling out, being spat out by stuff.
Mhm.
That's pretty much it, other than just still just doing some cleanup and stuff for Gatekeeper and Tiberius.
Cool. How far along is Tiberius? Do you need time on him?
A little bit. I mostly just need to polish up his breathing animation
Sweet.
because it's a bit rough.
Yep. All good. Cool. And then Morgan Composer. What's been new with you?
Yeah, let me share my screen. Can you see this?
I can.
Working. Yay! Hopefully you can hear this as well. Yeah, I've just been playing around with the Cheverton underground
Mhm.
sort of theme. So I'm exploring a bit more of a sort of active rhythmic feeling. Yeah, this is the progress I've made.
Ooh. Oh,
So
that's cool.
Big fan.
yeah,
Very nice.
Yeah.
there's a lot going on there. Obviously, it's not super melodic
Mhm.
theme yet, but it's sort of just playing with textures and sounds and stuff.
Yeah. I can see it coming together. I know how you work. It's the convergence is happening. I'm really enjoying hearing it.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. That was so fun. I will catch up with you all through the week. I guess we've got animators staying on for animation catch up, and then sound team, I'll catch you tomorrow. I don't know, for the sound team, I don't know if we've got any specific work right now that we need to do together, but so do we want to schedule it to do like one at a time? Maybe Elias first? Or
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I should mention
I don't even know if we have, or at least I guess it's just like a check-in.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because I know what I'm doing this week. So
Cool. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to, I'll say it like you're always welcome. If we were say just doing sound effects, Morgan, you're very welcome to pitch in and give your 2 cents on whatever's happening in Elias's land and vice versa. But yeah, like if you're good, Elias, then I'm happy for you to just keep on keeping on. And Morgan, we can catch up tomorrow.
Yeah, I saw you put the mini boss brief
Yeah,
in the Figma,
snuck
so
that in
it'd
this
be good to
morning.
chat about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good to chat about that.
Awesome. All right. I'll see you then.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, animation team. Let's have a bit of a closer look at our works in progress. So, I guess I could give like live feedback. Luca, if you want to bring up that gecko, is that pushed at the moment, or is that still on your side?
Yeah, it's pushed on design.
Yep. Cool. I might switch over to the design branch and then pull. 1 second though, I have to save what I'm doing.
And I just made a new folder for it, just called Gecko for now.
Yep. Cool. and then it's okay. Cool. Now, sweet. So yeah, I guess I haven't really whoop, I think Unity just crashed while we did that. That's all right. Let's have a look and think about, top down like this. So for me, I would say looking at this walk, I would expect, I guess, for a little bit of a different behavior with the tail relative to the arms and legs. So like, I think lizards for the most part, like when they're walking, you can keep their head pretty stable, right? Just looking forward. They don't have to, like, rocking back and forth feels a little bit more like a march, more like a turtle or something that is heavy, that's going to wobble. So instead, I would keep the head pretty stable, and I would, rather than bring the tail here, right now you've got when the body like crimps in like this, you've got the tail following direct, like with that curve. So it's like that is a straight line. Whereas I think I would have this delay by quite a lot. So on this frame, it would be like that. And then as we sort of come back, I would have it go more that way. So basically take the motion that's happening on the tail and delay it by a frame or two so that it's more like, what's the word? Like a sine wave.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because right now, if as this body steps that way, if that is already perfectly in step here, that's a straight line the whole way. It makes it seem like that spine is really stiff. Basically, I'm not seeing any joints here by having it be so straight. And so that's why it's kind of got that, right now it feels more like it's, say, like a wooden object being rolled rather than a slimy, slippery kind of critter. I would be happy to give you like a 10-minute reference of this, maybe not in this meeting, but I could like whip together something in like 10 minutes and send it back, even if it's just like the joints in space over time, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'd appreciate that.
Cool. And then, do you feel comfortable like prototyping this in the game, this walk, or is that asking a bit much? Because you'd have to define a new behavior for it.
Would it be like a flying behavior?
Yeah, that's what I would call it.
All right, yeah, I can give that a shot.
Yeah, I'm happy for you to, maybe like if we define the behavior first without any animation, like just as we might say create like a wall collider that's more like a trigger, and then we just make sure that the character that's using this behavior only picks patrol points inside of, or even, I mean, we could even just do like 2 patrol points and just move from A to B in space at first. So you can treat it like a flying enemy moving between 2 points in space, and then visually we would just draw the wall, where they are. But Armin already does have a wall that he can run along, and we do have a behavior that checks for that. So maybe we would copy or abstract out some of his logic, the wall ride logic, to determine when the enemy's on the wall or not. Maybe this is something I should be sitting with. We could do it paired, maybe tomorrow or something.
Yeah, that'd be cool too. We could work on it together, but I can give it a shot as well and see how I go.
Sure. Okay. Alrighty. And then Morgan, is there anything that you wanted specific? Well, I can give some feedback actually.
Just
let me switch over to the different.
tell me what to do with Armin's face.
That's okay. Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
Doing like 3D tilts in pixels is so tricky.
It can be, yeah. It's a bit of a funny one. So have you, on your branch, have you pushed from
I
animation?
should have.
I'm not seeing anything today from that branch.
Did I push it to a different one?
You shouldn't be able to. So when you do it, what should happen is origin animation should you should have like a new commit, or like have you committed the changes that you've just done recently?
I might not have. Let me try that.
Yeah. So if there's anything in like that local changes,
I did like stage them and commit them, but I might not have pushed it.
okay. Then yeah, you just have to push that little arrow at the top.
All right.
Yep, I see it.
Nice.
How do I just? I think I just pull, right? Okay, sweet. So we're looking at almond balance.
I'm just a girl with a pencil. I don't know.
Just a crawl with a pencil. Yeah. So I mean, you're not far. It's just a couple of things. So
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like you've already. Did you make a change since the last time I've seen it?
It's exactly the same.
It's exactly the same.
Or at
Okay.
least it should be anyway.
Okay. Well, I would try to keep a little bit more like this like kind of squareness of his head. I'd try to keep that. I mean, you
Okay.
could probably cut that out, but I feel like with the tilt, I always want to see this nose. So like this little shape here that goes doot doot doot. If that's his nose, then this side of his face kind of still needs a bit of love.
Okay.
So that's why I would add a couple pixels there, just so that you see both sides of his cheek. We probably could have done it like this maybe, but I like it like that. It kind of feels cool. And then maybe I would, if his
That
head
actually kind of snaps a lot of stuff into place in my head because I hadn't realized that was the contour.
Well, there you go. Now we know. And then, yeah, like you probably could try bringing this over here and then this over here like that, but it's a little awkward. Well, actually, and then it totally is a bit of a pixel push exercise. Like it's a lot of fiddling. No, definitely further over, I think.
He kind of looks a bit chubbier now, for some reason.
Well, we're not really showing the side of his head right yet. If his head is turned, I actually have like what's the word? I have like a little reference that I use from time to time. If I've got different angles basically that I've drawn him at least once. And so if you're going to if I need an angle that's a bit off, I'll go and check that. And what I'll usually do is go to, well, for me, it's like, I know which animations are which. So I'll go to like a specific animation and say, oh, okay, it's this combo animation. Almond was turned 45 degrees this way. But for you, maybe it would be something where I would have to maybe I could compile something somehow. So that you could, because like with this stuff, you only want to draw, a specific angle once,
Yeah. And then
just
if they all different every time you do it, it's kind of weird.
Yeah. I think that's looking okay to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, like this thing that I probably if we go to like Almond Idol, on some of these frames here, I have him like turning, but then, yeah, like that, for example, like there are times where we won't even draw this eye. So maybe in like his run, like Almond run, Like this is the normal one. Yeah, like you see here, I'm only drawing just the eyebrow. I'm not going as far as drawing that one there. So
Yeah.
that's it's not like, it's tricky. But wherever we can, if we have a precedent that we can draw on, that's typically easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll save this. I think we've got, I'll just push, I'll just save this one and push it back, and then you can copy it and do what you need to do.
Yeah, sure.
So that's looking good. The role, I think she actually was in that same file, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I think it's fine. I think like we can use it for sure. The only thing, which I feel like it's not it's not a, what's the word? It's not a deal breaker for this animation, but I wonder if, if we just sort of smeared the head kind of all the way around.
Yeah.
If it would have just been easier. Because I can tell like you in this orientation where you're drawing like 3 of them, you're having to preserve the details as they go around.
Yeah.
Which is just a little bit more work for you. And just knowing where this is going to be seen in the game, it's so fast that it might not, watching those details turn over like that, we might not get what's the word? The value might not convert. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, it'll work. There's no problem with it.
Yeah. I think I also, after I saved it and like sent it off, I also kind of want to move his arm in a little because I realized you can't really see it under the head.
Yeah, that's fine. Sorry. Yeah, I'm happy for you to do that.
I walked right into it.
Yeah. This is like, for reference, this animation might be on screen for about half a second.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Is it used more than once or is it literally just the first time?
I might have to use it more than once just because we got it. Like,
maybe it could just be like
on.
It picks every time you get spat out which one you get.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, well, we don't have any other, like, this is the only repeating role we have for Armin. So if he ever gets spat out by something any other time in the game, we'll use this.
Whenever he jumps.
Whenever he jumps. Yeah. Samus.
Isn't that like a game where if you do something really specific, you can like trip the character? And I don't mean the Norman Reedus one.
As in like they fall over?
Yeah.
Smash Brothers Brawl has a trip mechanic. I don't know if that's what you mean.
I think it's just like if you like make them, if you like mash the walk forward button, they like stop something.
You like change direction too many times.
It's like a little Easter egg or something.
They just fall over.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see that.
I don't know, maybe like a Metal Gear or Mario.
Like Death Stranding or something.
Not baby steps, is it?
I'm thinking of, but it's not that because that's like intentional.
Right.
I'm just talking about like a little funny animation thing.
Huh. I'm not sure.
I don't know. Maybe I hallucinated it.
It's all good. So for the two of you, how are you feeling in terms of briefs this week? Are you needing a bit more on the plate? Do you need more time? Where are we at?
I probably wouldn't mind a couple more briefs on stuff in the schedule, just stuff that's, I guess, priority for chapter 2.
Yeah.
Just whenever you get a chance. And I can get started on some of those.
Yep. Let me just double check that I'm...
I might need like 1 or 2 things. I don't know, because the only thing still left on my list after tidying up Armin is polishing Gatekeeper and Tiberius's breathe animations and doing the Gatekeeper Raspberry.
Yep. Okay.
That's all I got.
Well, if you can, the faster you get through those, the sooner I'll put something new on your plate.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if you get through it like that day, I'll come up with some new stuff.
Yeah.
So, okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, that's all good. Thanks, everybody.
No worries.
Thanks, Adam. and
Thanks for
Morgan.
feedback too.
No worries. I hope that I was able to be, what's the word, helpful.
It was
Yeah, me
massively
too.
helpful.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, you two.
See you.
All
See
right,
ya.
bye guys.
Bye. Okie dokie. I might take a break briefly, and I'll also make sure I turn down the volume so that you guys have preserved eardrums. Cool. Let's change the chapter title as well. We are doing tile sets. I was going to share with Luca, actually, enemy animation. I don't want preserved eardrums. Well, you're going to have to blast them somewhere else. Gecko. Okay. And then this, we want to go back to development. Well, technically we want to be on design, but actually cancel that. Push this to Armin updates Armin's face during balance animation. So I push that to animation. Good. Then I switch over to design. Then I can update the gecko. All right. So I'm going to take the ref that I put together for this guy. And just go into a new file. Or maybe I just add new things on this file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Four, 8. Good. And then ba-bum. Yeah, I can see where I've kind of made it a bit difficult for Luca here. In fact, yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Because I drew him that way. So he would have had to make changes anyway. Okay. So I guess what I want to do is put this on like a new layer. Well, it already is on a new layer. A newer layer. Link that. And then hide it. So let's do some animation. That's what I want. And very fast. Let's try 60. Cool. And then actually this should be pretty much the same. Except this could be a little bit further over. Like that. Except in the middle, we're going to put it basically stable. And then I actually think maybe this gets stabilized and it's the head gets stabilized relative to the rest of it. So like put the head in the same spot. Yeah. You seeing it, chat? Are you seeing it yet? Probably not. The only thing is, I feel like maybe no, I'm not quite there yet. It's not right. I think I might have to offset this by like a half. No. Let's have a look, actually. Let's have a look at some references. Bro. That was pretty good. So the head is stable. And the butt does wiggle in the same direction as the head.
Hey you guys, ER.
Shush you. Show me the gecko. Yeah, but see how delayed? Look at that. So, yes, the tail and the head move in the same fashion. So it is kind of like this. Although I think the tail has to be a bit further. I'm not quite, the driver is not right. Let's think about it. Yeah, the difference is that the tail actually drives the head, which is actually kind of what I've got. But right now I've got it like the hip is, like the waist is throwing it out, but it's not the waist that does it. It's actually the butt that does it. So let's delete this. And then this needs to be back by like 2 frames. That's better. But I think the bottom one even more so. And maybe let's go look at it again. Oh, it moves away. But that's what I'm doing, isn't it? No, I'm like literally half off. So take this entire thing, push it forward 4 frames, push it back 4 frames. That's what it is. Ah, yes. Now we're cooking. So now you can go whoop, 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 whoop. That's what we want. So now under this model, you know, the rest of it becomes a bit more easy to do. So you think about, if you're the tail, the next joint I would do is maybe like this part here. So when we start wiggling this way, that's going to move this part here, 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 here. Yeah, not yet. And then the next one is the other side of that hump. So that's like here, 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 here. That's probably a bit too far. Yeah. So you can take this, and now you keep going. You join them up. Not bad. Let's bring this in a little bit because we kind of want it to flick. There's kind of a extension and compression of that curve as the tip of the tail moves around. So that looks good there. See how it sort of comes back around like a question mark, like an upside down question mark? But we're not seeing it here. So this needs to come down a bit, this needs to come up a bit, and let's make this go all the way like that. So that on the next frame, this is more like this. I feel like we're not quite as... Maybe it just needs to go further out. I think it's just bigger on the other side. That's why. Yeah, this needs to be here. This needs to be more like this. Okay. Cool. That's what I want to see. So now let's make this actually fit the snake, the lizard. We could have put this, everything, let's move it down a little bit. 1, 2, 3. That's better. And then we just need to make this on all frames up a little bit more. Yeah, like that. So now we can take the tail and we can fatten it up the way that it really is. So it's kind of like... There you go. Now, arms and legs really quickly. I think they do this, but let's have a look. No. So when the feet come together, okay. No. Pixels Murphy says, Adam, quick ace question about the shading tool. You mentioned it's super powerful, but I'm a bit confused about how it selects colors. If I pick 3 or 4 colors in my palette, would the shading tool automatically interpolate the in-between colors? Or does it only work properly when the palette is lined up brightest to darkest? Correct. The second one. So my palette is lined up darkest to brightest, or you can press X to flip it, but you have to pick the colors that you want. It helps if your colors are on the same ramp like that, but you could just pick them however you want. It's just that it's going to go left to right, top to bottom. So whatever in the reading order of these, it's going to find them. And then, you could probably, you can rearrange them inside of that. It can be a bit fiddly though, because sometimes it gets confused about what you're trying to do. So you can rearrange them once they're in there. No, it's not a gradient tool. That's separate. So that's a different tool. That's like this will blend. But my video on palette blending, that's different. So you can do this. Like, here's a color, here's another color. I have a thing that I can do to do this, and then create a new color between them. But what that's doing is making one transparent, basically. it's adding a transparent shade. Hey, thanks for the follows. Now, with our magic trick, we can take these two, copy, new, two new ones. So watch this. Copy, paste. Halve the offsets so that you push them forward by half. Do that. Okay, take them, edit, flip horizontal. Now you have alternating. Yay. Okay. I think that's going to work. Hey, Distron, welcome. Are you good at creating in the physical world? For example, are you good at wood or metalwork? I like it. I have an interest. But I don't really get to do it very often. My dad is a woodworking kind of guy. He has a shop fitting business, or had one growing up. And he had like a workshop under the house that I would spend a lot of time in. We would make stuff all the time on Saturdays, or I'd go with him to his to a job site to help install, not to help, but like to be with him while he installed stuff. So yeah, there's definitely like a part of me for sure that has an interest, and it's actually grown as I've worked on Insignia more. The will to do something like physical has gone up, because you can do digital all day, but you kind of, at a certain point, you want your stuff to go somewhere. I don't know how to say it. It's like something that someone can use, you know what I mean, is always kind of cool. Or like that solves a physical problem. Okay. I think I'm going to give this back over to Luca now. Cool. Now I can go back over to the development branch. Well, that's the thing that keeps me in the digital space, actually. It's how easy it is to fix a mistake. Like, even if you, if you're working with clay, even, the clay will dry out eventually. So like you're on a time limit. Whereas here, I can like explore as long as I like. Hey, Philatrol, that is fork. All right, shall we turn this into a tile set? File, new, tile set. I forget where I put these. It's the worst. Is it in tile maps? No. I think it's in assets, sprites, tile sets, maybe? Wait, oh, this is just looking for the image. Well, the image is in tile sets. By 32. Save. as tile maps, ridgelands, and then I have to make a new folder called Ridgelands 3. Or maybe I'll make... Oh, gotta be careful here. I'm gonna call it Ridgelands Wet. Maybe I should just call it that. Okay. So, now, all we need to do is take a break. And when I come back, I'll show you how to do this. See you in a bit. All right. Do you want me to deliver this as like a tutorial? We can do it. Tips for a jam on Thursday. If you're confident, then if you want to win the jam, pick something you know how to do. Keep it really simple. If you're wanting to use it as like a learning experience, don't try to win. Just try to learn. And I would say be upfront about what you want out of the process with yourself. If you're deliberately trying to make a bigger game, don't be disappointed if it's not finished at the end of the jam. If it's something that's just an experiment, don't try to push it further unless it wants to be pushed further. I'm asking if everybody in chat would want me to deliver this as a tutorial. What I'm about to do next on the stream. It's not, it's only 2. Uh-oh. That's the time. Well, not even that, it's like 1:48. I've got a couple of tutorials. While I'm doing it, I might as well. Let me just update this. Let's do a workshop. Alrighty. Hey chat, welcome back to a new video, live here on the channel. I thought I would do a little bit of a tile set workshop for you since I'm creating a new tile set today. I'm already kind of, I've already got something I've prepared earlier, partway through this video. So don't get too, don't feel like you're going to be left behind. You won't be able to just follow along with me, but if you can learn from what I'm doing, there's a couple of videos on YouTube that I've already done that cover this topic that can take you through it exactly step by step. But if you're kind of interested in learning about tile sets and you are wanting to do, just like get more like familiar with the process, just so that you know what steps are involved, this is going to be a really great resource for you live. Okay, so let me take you through sort of my process, especially like many years into my project at this point. Like, I'm sort of in my, 8th year of Insignia. So I've done dozens almost of these tile sets at this point. And yeah, I kind of want to share with you the lessons that I've learned. So what I'm looking at is a new level basically that already kind of exists in the game. And I would say, like, looking at just this, there's already a lot that's great here. This is a tile set for a place in the game called the Ridgelands. And this tile set is a 16 by 16 tile set. My concerns with it are that I'm kind of not super inspired to build more complex geometry out of the tile set. It's very repetitive, and painting inside of this black area kind of is a little bit, it's a bit tedious. So I kind of wanted to take a new stab at it. There's also a couple of different stylistic clashes that I'm trying to resolve in the game right now, to do with, like, this scene is adjacent to, or these scenes are adjacent to much more like lush green tile sets. And so rather than have this be brown and that be green, I thought I'd try to blend them a little bit. Finally, in this scene, there's a lot of rain. So because there's a lot of rain, I thought rather than just make it like brown grass, brown rocks, make it a bit more green and have the rocks be a bit more able to tell a story. So I know you're looking at it and you're probably thinking, come on, Adam, this doesn't really need changing, but this is just how I work. I like to try new things and see what I learn from them. Okay, so I'll show you kind of what I've come up with. This is the new tile set, which is a lot more varied in how I'm using saturation. The grass has a lot more color in it, and just the shapes are a lot bigger. Now, this is a bigger tile set. It's the difference between 16 by 16 and 32 by 32. It's twice as large in terms of the tiles themselves. It might be a little difficult to sort of compare them. You might say, well, I like this one better because it's more saturated, and you might be fine to say that. Let me sort of draw it for you and show you kind of what it looks like. And I'll show off some of Sprite's features here and how they do, how you can do kind of level editing mockups in Sprite very quickly. I've also got some trees that I'm working on at the moment too. So whether or not you like this, I like it a lot. And I'm going to commit to like seeing kind of how far I can get with it. Bearing in mind sort of what the neutral color here is. It's not a black, it's a brown. So this I quite like. I think it looks really good. I just like the sort of like mossiness, the wetness of these rocks, I think are really cool. I like the variation in the green. I like the path being a bit more worn away. I like the browns. I just think it's really nice. Compared to the level that I've got now, where I'm sort of stuck in this brown space with everything. It's just brown, you know. There are some little things I'm trying to do with color here, but I think I just wasn't very confident with color when I made this tile set. And the level features are just not very, there's just not a lot of distinction in them. So even though the shapes are nice, the colors are nice, even though it's nice, it doesn't really inspire me to make anything interesting inside of it. Yeah, there's more definition here. That's right, I would agree. And that definition gives me permission to do more interesting things with it. You know, back over at my current tile set for chapter 1, which I call the golden tile set, you know, you can see I'm doing specific things with like ledges and, you know, railroad tracks and things that are more like level features, even these like ladders that can be put on these walls. There's more stuff going on here. And in fact, I want to go further in that direction. I'm trying to make the levels feel like they are built out of things rather than out of textures. There is this ongoing conversation that I'm having. And in fact, I had this conversation with Thomas Brush over the weekend. I filmed a podcast with him, and we found ourselves at one point talking about the distinction between kind of slop and content. And for me, there's a game design or a content design distinction between space and place in like environment design. A space is purely just the volume, right? But a place tells a story. So, you know, you can make a lot of space, as I have done in this level here, right? It's a lot of space here, a lot of different features, but it doesn't really tell me a story about a place, right? The design of it doesn't, I can't tell that this was a city once, or that it's a hideout, or that somebody lives here. There's no notion of that outside of maybe these little ladders. You know, there's some kind of context here. And that story doesn't have to be a story about a civilization. It doesn't have to be about, you know, things that are alive, although that really helps. Like anytime you put, you know, like a rabbit hole, it's like, that's rabbits, you know, or if you put a bird's nest, it's like a bird must live here. So anything that's been constructed generally tends to be really valuable. But there is a little catch-22 here where tile sets are about repetition, right? It's about reuse. And whenever you reuse something, it loses character, right? It's not important. If you see a bird's nest in a tree, that feels like you might remember that tree because it has a bird's nest in it. But if every tree has bird's nests in them, now it's like, well, that's just a feature of a sprite. You know, it sort of loses its placeness. So this is a very delicate line to balance in tile set design, because you have to do both. You want to maximize repetition. You also want to maximize uniqueness or storytelling. Some of these problems you can solve outside of the tile set with assets that you place. But even within the tile set, you know, it's kind of nice to push it as far as you can. Okay, so let me sort of show you what this process is like for me. And I'll get sort of a bit more, I'll catch you up to where I'm up to in this actual process in a second. Okay, so the first thing is I'm working with 32 by 32. I'm working in Sprite. So when I make a new layer, I can take that layer and convert it into a tile map layer. And you can call it whatever you want. Here I'm going to go for 32 by 32. For my game, that's just what I want, but you can use 16 by 16 if you want. That opens up the tile mode, or the tile modes, plural. And you can press Control and the quote key to get this up. In fact, I might be able to help you out here check this out. All right. So once you have your tile map layer, you can see I'm pressing control here. Basically space and then tab will switch between this layer, and then 1, 2, and 3. So space 1, 2, 3 go between these here. So tab 1, 2, 3 slides you across this thing here. And these are the modes. So the first mode is mode 2. Mode 2 lets you place new things down, and every tile, see this is what's inside of my rectangle here of blue is one tile. And as you create new shapes, it'll create new objects. Now, if I just keep doing that, like let's say I copy and paste this, notice how it didn't create a new tile here? The reason is because the contents of this index are exactly the same as the contents in this index. So this is 2 and this is 2. That's the tile index. That's the second tile. If I change the contents, that creates a new tile. That's tile mode 2. Tile mode 2 adds a new tile whenever it finds a variation. However, if you go to tile mode 1, those variations become overrides. So tile mode 1 says, I will not add a new tile. In fact, what I'll do is I will modify all instances of that tile. Really, really cool. Tile mode 3 is less useful. It creates a new tile no matter what you do. Every stroke is a new tile. I don't really like that. I just bounce between 1 and 2. Add versus modify. Then you have the tile place mode. So this first one over here, this just lets you use the ink dropper and then to paint with the tiles, right? You can sort of just grab tiles and stretch them across and do whatever you want. Insanely useful tool. And the reason why it's useful is because you can start at, this, and you can say, okay, I'm going to make a new tile set. Done. Now I have all of my base tiles. If I go back to tile mode, if I want to do one more change with the shade tool, I'm just going to make sure the center one is filled, and then every one around it has a little bit of the brown. Okay. Now I can go back to tile mode 1, and nothing I do here will break this. I can just modify tiles as I like, and the amount of tiles is set. Doesn't need to change ever. Even if I was to take, say, this and move it over here, take this and stretch it, right? So now I've got it like triple wide. If I go back to tile mode 1, as I modify this, you can see it's going to now modify everywhere. So you can start doing tessellations. Or you can start to see how things line up at the seams with themselves. That's what's really cool about it. So we have all of our tiles now for this shape, and now we're just, playing with tessellation and moving pixels around until we're happy. So I like to do it this way. What I typically do is do like a top shape, right? Just something that is a top surface, because I like to show a bit of the top surface of where my player stands. Just a perspective thing. And I light that up a lot. Sometimes I'll really light up the top front edge just to reinforce that you can stand on that. Sometimes I'll even darken the underside just to make it clearer that you can't touch that. And then maybe I'll do like a bit of light here and here as well. So that's kind of like how I create the tile set. There's also another variation of this that I do with every tile set that I create, where I create the interior shape. So this will give you all of the convex shapes, right? But you need concave as well. So what that looks like is basically you take something like this. And then you go to tile mode 2, and then you just cut out a hole in it. Something like that. Making sure that the overlap here is the same thickness as the overlap here. It's not right now, but we can fix it later. So the idea here being you would draw the light basically coming in. Okay. So that's pretty much it. I mean, that's the whole thing. You can go a bit further here and, you know, make sure that the colors line up the correct way and do what we were doing before. And you kind of end up with something a bit more like this. And then you should be able to like use these to create all shapes that you like. So, you know, maybe we want to do a slope that becomes, sorry, one sec, we need a bit more space here. Well, that's very annoying, isn't it? There we go. So yeah, you could go like, okay, I want this, and then I want it to turn into, this probably isn't going to work, into this. And then now I can just do this again, you know, coming here. And if it doesn't work, the beauty of this is we can make it work by just fixing it, right? You just draw in what you want and it'll update where everywhere basically. So that's the beauty. It's like, if it's not what you want, you just fix it exactly where you're looking at it. You don't have to go and you know, check back at the beginning and then come back here and then go back over there and come back here and go back over there. You just update it. And now it is going to be the same. You know, these here are aligned with these because we just fixed it, right? So you would just do that. And so that gets us to where we're at here. You can see here, I've sort of done a version of this and a version of that, concave, convex, very good. What I then like to do is variations on a straight. So like straight across, straight down, left wall, right wall, floor, ceiling. These have not been updated yet. These are just the same tile over and over again. But you can see even just doing that, using that tool, you can make it look pretty good, right? The repetition's not that obvious, especially because we're looking at 16 by 16 versus 32 by 32, which is much bigger. Now, we want to turn this into a tile set. So what we're going to do is, for now, we don't really need all of this extra stuff. We don't really need it. So for the tile set, you know, the file that we're going to use, let's just leave it at this. And you're going to go into something like tiled or Unity or whatever you want to do. I use tiled, and I basically create a new tile set, fill in this dialog, put in the source for your image, and you'll get this. And this is where we're at right now. Okay, so what's missing here, if we wanted to play test with this straight away, what's really missing is colliders. That's the main thing. So I would go basically to something that exists already, like this one. And I would go grab our collider, something that's got a collider in it. So this here, I think if I copy this, I'm not sure. I don't think there's an easy way to copy the property and the collider at the same time inside of tiled. So instead, I'm just going to grab the collider, copy it, and then everywhere that I want to see it, I wish I could do this as a batch. I don't think I can. Like, I wish I could just do this everywhere that I expect the collider to be. Right? And then like press paste. and then just have that work? I don't think that's how it works. No. One of these tiles got one, and the rest did not. So instead, what we have to do is press Control-Shift-V over and over again. Okay. A little annoying, but it didn't take us that long. And this just basically tells us, it separates the physical tiles from the cosmetic ones. Okay. Now, I believe that this grass definition, which is for the sound effects, I believe this does work. But instead, we probably want to use the word dirt here instead of grass. Because I think I support that keyword in Insignia. Dirt. And I think I can copy that and then just paste it everywhere that I want it, and it will work that way. So we can just do that, and that's fine. Great. So now we have all of our dirt defined and our colliders. That's a tile set. Let's now make a rule file. So in our containing folder, we just have Ridgelands Wet, which is the name of this tile set, and these are just the files. What you can do is you can create a folder called rules, and then inside of that, call it in a text file, rules.txt. And inside of this folder, you can create your tile maps that are not tile maps for the game. They're tile maps for the auto tiling rule system, the auto mapping system. So we could just go into Unity and just paint these tiles in there and just make a level that way. But I like to use auto tiling, which basically lets me just create the physics in a level, and then it just turns that into the graphics. So to do that, we want to create a new file that is a map. It doesn't matter what these values are right now. That's fine, 32 by 32. Press OK. Save it. We're going to save it into the tile maps Ridgelands Wet rules as Ridgelands Wet. I'm going to do dashes here. Ridgelands Wet rules 1. And I'm using dashes because I don't like trying to remember how to do the escape characters for the space. I think it's a space. I think it's a percentage sign or something like that. But I'll show you that, why we need that in a second. So now in our rules file, we want to reference this in the file. So I think we just type that. In fact, rules might have to go in the parent folder. And then we would say rules slash, and it might be dot rules slash. I'm not sure. I always have to figure out how to do this. No rules file found at E documents. This is the rules file, but if I go to here, make a new file, and save this one as Ridgelands Wet. And then go like this. Okay, so file not found. So that dot doesn't need to be there. We can take that away. auto mapping error. Okay, so we're good. It worked. We just haven't made any definitions inside of it. So let's start defining our rules system. Now, in order to do auto mapping at all, the way that I do it is my own system of how I do rules files is I have 2 tile sets. I have a physics tile set and I have the graphics tile set. You don't need to do that, strictly speaking, but it's just easier to see what you're doing if you do have a separate tile set whose job it is just to define rules, right? Just to show you where the physics are. So I'll type input underscore prototype. This is super important. Input underscore means that this is something where you expect to define the physics tiles or the tiles that are going in, and then you'll have a new layer called output, and then whatever you call this will be what it's called in the file that's applying this rules. So I'll call it ground, lowercase. So a rule is literally just a cluster of space with a unique pattern inside of it. That's a rule. And so I'm just going to check very quickly map properties to see if I've got, can't remember if I need to do anything here. Probably don't. Okay. So what I typically do is just define a basic rule of nothing first, right? It's just like, it's a square. And make sure this is on the input layer. And then the output, that's where we start putting in our tiles in the actual game. So the brown dirt tile is our base tile. It's the one in the center of this thing here. That's going to be the tile that just fills no matter what we're doing. So over here in our test file, we can do prototype. Right? Remember we had input prototype here. Now we've got prototype there. I have to just place the tile that we used before, right, in whatever configuration I want. And I think it's just auto mapping as I do it. It's actually just doing it in real time. We can test that by creating a new rule. Let's do, I'm using this purple to say like, it's just like the default. And then I'm going to use this checkerboard pattern, which is another sprite, as air. So this is like any time you see a tile that's touching air. In that case, I want to use this as the output. So let's put some air in there. Ta-da! So all I'm doing is just dragging that. That's what I drew. And what came out was that. Pretty cool, huh? We can take it a little bit further. Let's do air on the bottom. You can see where this goes. I'm actually just going to keep going. I'm going to finish it off for a little bit. And I like to do them by row. So these are like single rule, 2 tile rules. I'm going to do corners next. Okay, and now let's watch the magic. Ta-da! Perfect. So you can see it's pretty good about, figuring out what it needs to do. All I'm doing is working on this layer, right? I can create whatever shape I want, and then it's going to automatically turn that into a really nice, beautiful arrangement of tiles that work in accordance with the rules that I set up here. And this is in a way like a programming language. We're defining essentially a little compiler for, graphically what should happen and when. You can rearrange these by just cutting and pasting them. As long as you've got the layers selected that you want to be cut and pasted, it'll work that way. So the next thing we want to do, which unfortunately needs to be done on a separate layer, I'm fairly certain. Well, in the past, this has needed to be done. I believe this happens one pass at a time. So if you want to do a rule on a rule, you have to do it in a separate file, but that is the way that it used to be. I don't know if it's still that way. Let me try it out and see what happens. No, I think I won't do that actually. I think I'm just going to stick with the way that I know how to do it. So I'm going to make rules 2, and then I'll do input ground, and then output ground. So input ground, I'll just get rid of all this. Output ground, we don't need that. Save this, go back to our rules folder. Make sure we're referencing number 2 as well, so that that'll apply. And then the input ground is going to be, this is just this is just like for repetition. So whenever you see this, right, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times like that, replace it with this version. Now I haven't, actually this isn't a good example. I'll use the vertical ones first. So whenever you see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the same thing over and over again, and we'll make it a bit less opaque so you can tell. We're going to replace it with this. So this becomes that. And my little trick here is I'm now going to do the same thing over and over again for, this is 6. So now it's 5, 4, 3, and 2. So I can say like, that will now apply no matter how many repeat, if there are any repeating, it will replace with one of these variations. So for example, if we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it would first replace with the 6, and then the 7, 8, 9 would be a set of 3, so it would replace with this. So it's a little hack to basically do like not randomness, but like looping indefinitely. So I press resolve and that should just work. Let's see what happens if we just draw from scratch. We don't have the delete tiles feature set to true. I think it's actually, what is it? It might be in, I think it's this maybe? Where did I put my rules file? Delete tiles, true. I think that's what I want. looks like it's not doing that. Maybe we don't want it. Maybe not on this version. Definitely match in order. That's important. Okay. But I want these ones to go away. There we go. Okay. That is working here. There you go. You're seeing it. So it's doing the repetition without doing the same thing over and over again. So to do this now for the inverse, we need to also do these ones. Which unfortunately, I don't think there's a cheap way of... maybe there is a cheap... Nah, I think I have to do it. Well... trying to think if there's an arrangement that would be better. Like if I did this, like this. And then went 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Yay. Looks good. That worked pretty well. Now, we don't have our concave rules yet, so we're going to fix that up so that we can make it look good like this next. Alrighty, let's go do that. So concave, pretty easy. It's just the same thing. You got 4 tiles. It might be more than that for this one, but I'm not too sure. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's the same. Cool. So we've got just air in one corner. So air here, air here, air here, air there. And then that just becomes that, 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 and that. Save it. Go. Beautiful. Isn't that fun? Isn't it so cool that we can just do that? And it just works. And immediately, like once you have more than like a couple, you know, if we were just doing this from scratch, this would have taken us, you know, maybe not that long to do one variation of this, but as soon as you do it from scratch a second time, like these changes I'm making right now are infinitely faster than if I was doing them by hand. Like already it's just like not even close. You would absolutely not do these by hand. If you were doing prototypes for level designs, that kind of thing. Sweet. So, you all enjoy that little breakdown? So the next thing is just to make sure this works inside of Unity, which is not that difficult. All you have to do is bring that in. Now, I want the prototype to be hidden. So I believe, I don't know if we can do it at the rules layer. If we add a property called, it's a Boolean Unity, I think it's Unity. Oh, it might be just visibility. Let me check. How do I do it? Unity ignore. That's what I want. Okay. Well, maybe not then. Maybe we put it only here. Perfect. So we can take our player character. We just drop him on the level. And it's gone. Okay. We didn't provide any kind of sorting options for the graphic. So this needs to be, and I think we can do it here on. I'm pretty sure we could do this custom properties on the layer. I'm pretty sure we can do it. Maybe not. Well, in any case, this becomes Unity. What is it? A sorting order. There we go. We want all of these options basically set. For me anyway. Those are my sorting layers. So back to here on output ground. It's going to be ground, middle ground 1, sorting order 14. That's correct. And then I'm doing that in the rules file so that when I do this, it applies to all of the outputs. Cool. Now we can just test it. Looks sick, right? And I have the dirt sound playing because I tagged it as dirt. Love it. So that's pretty much the tutorial. I mean, like, you can do way more variations and do more with it. Like, I have ledge tagging as well, so I can make it so that you can auto grab ledges. I've got bridges and one-way colliders, all kinds of stuff like that. For what we're doing here, you've got additional rules as well. I'm trying to minimize these rules though. I'm trying to do as little as possible for future levels, just because I know that the complexity of my levels when I actually build them doesn't really go. I don't make use of those rules that I've got. The value for how many rules I have is not great. So like if I go to here, my Orenstead golden rules set is it's pretty big. I mean, there's a lot going on here. And it's just not super efficient. You can see I'm doing little things to help trick myself in different scenarios. Some of this is necessary. Like, I can't really tell, unless I try it again, like I'm doing now with a new approach. It's not obvious how much of this is waste by just being too verbose, and how much of it is actually necessary. I mean, I got so far with this, right? We don't have anything layered yet. We don't have anything like that. You know, all of this stuff down here is probably necessary, the little variations and stuff. But up here maybe could be sorted out. There are little edge cases that I would like to solve that I probably, you know, I expect that I'll run into here. So like stair steps like that, that's not covered by my current rule set. So, you know, what should that look like? You know, that's the next question. Or do I even support that? I mean, you can just say, hey, that's not a thing we can do in the game. You know, you just can't have stair steps. Once you have a very clear, judicious idea about what it is that your game should and shouldn't be able to do, then you can optimize. So, hey Pixel Smurfy. So in tiled, so there's a couple of things here that I'm using to get that into Unity. What have we talked about so far? Let's recap, because I probably breezed past a little bit of that stuff. So I'm using Sprite to define the tile set art. Very important here to make a distinction between tile set and tile map. Tile set art in Sprite. Okay, this is not any levels. This is just what the tiles are. Then we have the tile set file. So that was the art. Now we have the actual where is it? This is now the tile set as a file inside of tiled. That just defines what's colliders and what's not. Then we have our rules file. We have more than one of them. And then we have our levels. These are tile maps. In order to get our tile maps imported into Unity, there is a plugin that I use called Super Tiled to Unity. You can get it on the Unity asset store, I'm pretty sure, on the package manager. I think I'm using it from there. Otherwise, I think you just download it from itch.io. Super tiled to Unity, right there. So that's all I'm using. Now, super tiled to Unity has a series of features like that basically allow supported properties if you prepend them with Unity : the rest of it, super tiled to Unity knows what to do with it. So what that means is when you write Unity : layer, the next thing is a physics layer in Unity. So I've got, your physics layers are up here. Then you have sorting layers. You also have sorting order. This is specifically for sprite renderers in Unity. So Unity has sprite renderers. Sprite renderers have a sorting layer and an order in the layer. This defines the Z depth. What gets drawn first, what gets drawn last. So when I say middle ground 1, that's a sorting layer that I've called middle ground 1 in my game. You would have an equivalent in your game, whatever you want to call it. And then for this sprite, I want its order to be 14. And that's because I've got other things in the game that I would put on sorting layer, sorting order 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. I just landed on 14 for terrain. In Insignia, middle ground 1 is below character. And Armin is always on character 1. So since character is above middle ground, character stands above middle ground. If I put this to character and 14, it would be drawn in front of Armin. But we don't need to do that. You catch the drift? Okay. So yeah, back to what we do and don't support. So slopes I do support in the game. I probably shouldn't, but I still do support them. There are certain distances the player can jump that they're expected to be able to reach. So having the terrain, support, I would expect to be able to reach that, I think. I think so. So maybe we could just throw in the ledges just because I got them. So I'm going to say output underscore ledges. And I think I want to do it lowercase. And I want the same properties here. Yep. So I'm just going to grab with my selection these two, copy them. I call them ledge L and ledge R. So it's where they are relative to the player character. And then I'm just going to paste them here. And then relative to the player, this is L. I think that's called R actually. Yeah, that's the wrong one. So that goes there and this goes there. Now every single corner is going to be a ledge. In the game, I might not want that, but right now, for now, I'll do that. So it auto placed all of those there perfectly. I just want to make sure it doesn't do that for every subsequent. Yeah, cool. So now we can grab onto them. Mounting. It's a bit awkward that you can't reach that unless you have the extension. Okay. What else? Yeah, certainly like these one tile gaps, I probably don't need to support them. That's pretty good there. That seems to work just fine. I find while the sprites are a work in progress, you can kind of get away with muddy. Like you can get away with these two things which weren't designed to fit together because it's still a bit muddy. I hope it happens before GTA 6. It might not though. GTA 6 is next year. I don't have next year in my release date schedule, so probably not. GTA 6 might beat me. Okay. Pretty good. Now, I'd like to do like a mock-up at least of like an interior, like a wall that's behind what we're looking at. So you can see here, I've got these kind of walls there, these dirt walls. How many tile themes? You know, things get cycled in and out of rotation, so it's actually kind of hard to say. I don't use graphic scale, no. Yeah, like I've got like literally this tile set exists for like 2 scenes, 3 scenes. There's like 1, 2, 3. There's another one that's not even in the game right now. It got like fully cycled out recently. 4, 5, 6, which is going to leave soon. 7, 8, 9, 10. There's technically 11 right now in the game, but There have been like 20 created, I think. Some of them just get retired as I go. Okay, so what I'm looking for is just like an internal wall for like enemies to sort of crawl around on. Now, I do have this here, and it was pretty much designed for this specifically. So like I could, for now, just in Unity, take that near ground. Just put it here. I don't like that it's the same color. That's the one thing I would change. You can do that with a tint pretty easily. The wall run testing scene is a little bit, oops. The wall run from the wall run test scene is not quite ready for this kind of thing. It's a sprite shape. I mean, honestly, it looks pretty good. I think this wasn't that hard to create. I would like to do I don't know. This is now where things get a bit weird, because the next layer of this exercise could be done outside of the world of tiles. It could be done as assets. So let me show you something. In Blasphemous, you can see the background assets here are giant sprites. Right, it looks pretty cool. The question is, and then like look at this here. See how like this background, it looks kind of like a tile set, but it's not, you can't collide with it, but it has all these assets inside of it. And some of those assets creep forward into the foreground. That's really cool. So the question is like, what is that? You know what I mean? Like, is it a layered tile set? It probably is. Looking at it now. But like this, for example, this is just an asset, surely, that's been placed in the scene behind this part of the tile set. So I shouldn't be looking to do cool set decoration. I mean, there's a tile set there. That's pretty cool. So it's a bit of both, right? It's a bit of extending the tile set into the background, and it's a bit of adding new assets. For this here, I feel like we're not really, we're still not telling a story yet. And I'd like to. I'm just not sure yet what it should be. I kind of know, but yeah, maybe we can do a little bit of storytelling in a document soon. When I get back from the break, I'll take a quick break now. And when I get back, we'll do a bit of thinking about visual storytelling, how we talk about what's happening in this scene in this part of the world. All right, see you in a bit. All right, we're back. A couple things we could do here before we go too far. I kind of just want to add as much value into this thing as possible. So what I'm going to do is take some of these background assets and just, just put them in there. See if they fit. That was pretty good to me. Perfect. How lush. Okay. Let's keep going. Give me more. Oh, can I take this? I love this thing. It's probably too dark. Oh, almost. I probably could salvage it. But this one went perfectly. Start small, but dream big. That would be my tip. Start very small. Don't try to make anything too big, but have goals that are ambitious. So what I would do is learn the most basic thing you could possibly learn. Learn how to make tic-tac-toe, right? But as you learn, keep in mind some game that you want to make. Maybe you want to make a game that's like F-Zero. You want to make some racing game. Okay, well, you're going to need player controllers. You're going to need a bit of physics, maybe. You're probably going to need enemy behavior for AI, for the other racers. You might need some multiplayer stuff in there. It's okay, those are all little goals that you can work towards later. And you can pick little projects as you go that teach you those little things on your way to building your F-Zero clone or whatever. So if you break it down into really small pieces and learn one thing at a time, and maybe even make small games using those little pieces, you can feel good about things as you're learning rather than starting with a huge ambitious goal and spending years getting nowhere. Or at least feeling like you're getting nowhere because you're not getting tangible feedback. That's my advice. So, there's a couple other things I wanted to do here that will be kind of like free wins, really. I wanted to test a couple things out. So we don't need this anymore. Bring this back in. I've got two versions of this tree here. One has a lot more gaps in it than the other. The one that's without, I might just... see what that does. So these are all considered multiple, aren't they? That's tree base 1, and then tree back 1, tree front 1. I take all of these things give them an empty parent and call it Cheverton tree. Put them all on 0, 0. Take my tree, put it here. Put all of these on middle ground 2. Middle ground 1, 13. To start. And then this can be like, base 1 can be 10, back 1 can be 9, and then front 1 can be 11. Okay. Now, for the back and the front, I want to do wind. That's good there. Let's have a look. Pretty good. Now I don't have the tree branches moving, but I do have the leaves moving, which feels pretty good to me. And we could do a few of these. Maybe we flip this one. Pretty cool. Or take this one and we can swap these with back 2 and front 2. I don't know how I feel about it, having them stack like that. Hey Swizz, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome, welcome. Well, this feels great. I mean, just having the different, like, just having like there be like a tree line and then you go under the tree line and you go into the rocks. Even that feels good. I do want to see variation in the tile set as well, for sure. More storytelling. But like, dude, this game's cool. There's cool stuff here. It came together today. This is like 3 hours of work, you know? So it's just great being able to build on what I've already been doing and just having things just come together. Feels really good. Okay, maybe I had a reference that I was using when I was building this stuff out. Oh, I'd love a tree that was like in the side of a, like sticking out of a tile set. You know, like coming out of here. What are you, Quinta, to make the game? Quinta? What does Quinta mean? Oh, using. Oh, right. Wow. How did you do that? Was that translated or was that just... You just... Those... ING? No. They're not even close to each other, those keys. How'd you do that? Were you swiping? Autocorrect? You have a Samsung phone? Ah, it's in Spanish. Comprendo. So what am I using? I am I'm using Unity. So this is the engine. I'm using Sprite as my tile editor and my, well, for animation as well. And I have a team that I work with for music and sound effects, as well as animation too. And I program using VS Code. Those are the tools. As far as tutorials, I have content that I've put on YouTube to teach this stuff, but I never really followed any courses, which does sound crazy, doesn't it? Why didn't I do that? That's probably why it's taken me so long. Thank you. Gracias. Or gracias, depending on whether you're in South America or Spain. I don't know if I have any Spanish viewers. I have a lot of Portuguese viewers, but they're Brazilian Portuguese. Everyone from the New World likes to follow my content. From the Dominican. The DR. Is the Dominican Republic technically North American? Like, is it in North America? It's not like it's not in South America if it's in the Caribbean, right? Yeah. Hey, Nem. You're from Spain? Pleased to meet you. Hey, Allerton. How to animate? Oh, you just press Alt and then N, and it gives you another frame. And you just keep doing that, and then you can animate it like that. I have tutorials on how to animate. Like, you know. Hey, Riddlux. I have never used C++, so I can't tell you what features are in the most recent version. I don't know. I'm a C# guy. I actually am really interested in learning C++. I just don't have a reason to right now because I don't do any like low level or graphics related stuff. When I say low level, I don't mean like, I just mean like graphics level stuff. Nothing that requires like a ton of performance. And Unity I can't use C++ in Unity anyway, so. It gets cross-compiled, but it doesn't let me write in it. Actually, I'm using Mono, so it doesn't even get cross-compiled. Sweet. Does upgrading to a new version of a language make one worse at reading legacy code? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's going to make a difference. Your ability to read code, if I can make a claim that I think anyone who's an engineer here, feel free to weigh in, or a software developer. Once you know how to read code confidently, you know, like it doesn't even matter. Like I could probably read C++ just fine. As someone who's never even read it before, who doesn't know how to write in it, I'm confident enough in C# that if I saw something in C++ that I hadn't seen before, I could probably guess how it works. And that's a different language altogether. So if you're talking about like versioning, I mean, for example, there was a feature of C# that I needed the other week that I had to do without, which was interfaces with virtual members. That's just not something that you can do in C#. I think that's what it was, something like that. And it's like, if I was using a version of C++ of C# that did allow that, then it wouldn't mean that I would be worse at reading the older version. You know what I mean? It's just like, well, I guess this feature exists now or doesn't exist, you know? Yeah, the language features, because there's so much cross-pollination in programming in general. Like a lot of the, you know, when you're writing code, you're not thinking about like the exact characters, because the characters disappear after a while. You're just like thinking in concepts, and the concepts are really about how to move memory around. You know, it's just like, okay, I want to read this and I want to write to that, and then I want to read this and write to that. And thinking about where the memory is and how it's stored and how you can, you know, optimize that. That's all programming really is. So just having experience to know the patterns of what you want to be able to do, or how best to do what you're trying to do. Once you know what the patterns are, going to a different languages, you start realizing, oh, okay, how do I do a loop in this language? How do I do, you know, inheritance, or how do I do recursion? Are there pointers in this language? Is there a garbage collector? How do I deal with the stack and the heap in this language? You know, that's the kind of stuff. And there might be novel things, like languages are different for a reason. There'll be things that you know, if I started using Jai tomorrow, I bet you I'd have to learn a lot. But eventually, you know, assuming that a language is good, that's what a good language is good, because there are things that it can do that make it powerful for specific use cases. It was designed with this thing in mind. It might be that it's really neat to write in, or that it handles some aspect of, you know, of the process for you. Like languages that are not strongly typed languages, like JavaScript, any language that has a var, you know, the ability to not need to specify the type when you're instantiating a variable that's like a reference type. That's a convenience that those languages afford, but there'd be trade-offs too. So it's really just about like, what do you need out of your language? And once you've done enough programming, you know what those needs are pretty inherently. And some of them are stylistic. Some of them are just like what you want out of a language. You know, some people, I prefer strongly typed languages. It just feels better for me. But yeah, I mean, it's totally, it's whatever. And I think, yeah, the more experience you have, the more it's whatever it becomes. You know, you stop caring really, or at least I don't care that much. You know, I used GDScript a couple of years ago for a game jam that I wrote in Python. Well, GDScript is basically like Python. And I learned GDScript for the jam, like the week before. And it was easy. I wasn't doing crazy stuff with it, but like the flow of logic was it felt very much like C# to me and Java. It didn't feel different at all. Even if syntactically it looks very different because it doesn't have the brackets or anything like that, that difference is almost negligible. Like the fact that it doesn't have brackets is not a thing that would throw any experienced programmer off at all. You know? And something tends to happen as well with certain languages where at a certain point you can kind of start treating like one language like another. Like for me, every language is Java for me because that's what I learned. So that's how I think. You know, I actually found Game Maker to be really difficult. I couldn't stand it because there's something about the paradigm of how to use memory in Game Maker that I just couldn't stand it. It's something about immutability with objects. I don't know what paradigm that is, where like when you want to modify an object, rather than modifying an object, you create a function that returns the modified object. To me, that's like it hurts me so much. You know, that like makes me cry. I guess that's functional. For game design, that just feels so unintuitive to me that I would have, like if I want to modify my player character, that I throw away the reference to the player character and make a new player character that has the returned values inside of it. Like, like inheritance and like having things modify themselves is like way more reasonable to me. But that's because I'm used to Java. I'm sure I could learn how to do it. There would be like enough people have made cool things in Game Maker that I'm sure there's an equivalent set of logic that is worthwhile learning and that gets you to the same place one way or another. I just don't know how. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, and there were other things about Game Maker that I felt like were cardinal sins when it came to design choices that just hurt me. I just couldn't believe some of the things that I was seeing. I didn't even feel comfortable giving it a chance. Beyond a certain point. Like, I can't believe that in Game Maker the words class and object mean different things than what they mean in like every other programming language. You are one of the guest artists for Aseprite. Am I? Maybe. I do love Aseprite and I'm an advocate for it. I've done a lot of my Aseprite tutorial has like one of the most viewed videos about Aseprite on the internet. Yeah, like in most languages, I've said this before, chat knows what I'm about to say and whatever. Usually you have like script, class, object. These things have terms. These terms have meanings. Instance. And usually, in most languages, a script is sort of equivalent to a class. Usually you would have one class per script, and then an object is an instance of a class in memory, right? So a class creates or is used to construct objects. An instance of a class is an object. So this set of definitions is pretty stable. No matter what language you use, no matter where you go, that's what that means. In Game Maker, this is something different. in GameMaker, your class definitions sort of don't exist. They're just scripts. And an object is a name reserved for a thing that you put in the editor in the project hierarchy. That's an object. And so when you create an object, it has like a flow diagram of different things that it's comprised of or how those things work. And an object is not a first-class citizen of the scripting interface. Or maybe a better way to put it would be, in order to make objects in GameMaker, I think this is how it works. I need to remind myself. Basically, you can't like, the concept of an object is not, there's no inheritance. So you can't like nest these. Like you can't make a class that creates objects. You create an object and then you can spawn objects, the same object. But you can't like compose, you can't do composition. You can't do composition in the GameMaker editor because the concept of an object is not this like native thing that just lives at the script level. The concept of an object is like an editor level asset that you've created. And objects can't have objects as properties, as far as I know. So like some of the most basic things that I do in Insignia, where, you know, Armin has a sprite renderer, that this apple is a sprite renderer, and Armin has a sprite renderer, and they both live on the game object called Armin. That relationship kind of just like doesn't exist. Like this like hierarchy here, you can't do that as far as I know in GameMaker. You just can't have nested objects, which is like, unless I'm wrong, it's insane, right? Like, because you would expect, like, how do you do things that belong to things? Like the fact that this thing here, I mean, you can set something's position every single frame, but like the concept of like nested transforms, or like things having things it's pretty baked into like how to make a game, you know? I don't know. I think it's just a different paradigm. Maybe like my way of building this game is like this, but maybe there are like two ends of the game dev spectrum, either side of this, where like in Undertale, sure, in Undertale it's so flat logically that like, you know, your character, I forget what the character's called, but the character sprite is just a thing in the space, right? Like you don't need to worry about what else it needs to do. It's just like a thing with colliders. It's probably just a sprite, and the sprite is not allowed to move, you know, into colliders, and that's it. Like it's just, there's not much depth to it. And then in the combat levels, like it's just a menu, right? The menu doesn't have depth. It's pretty straightforward. There's like a sprite happening here on the screen. You pick options, stuff happens, and there's no like hierarchy depth. Frisk, that's right. There's no like hierarchy depth in either of these systems. It's just like things. Whereas Insignia, like you just saw me do it. Like I have this tree made of 3 sprite renderers, and those sprite renderers have materials with shaders. Yeah, that's what I think. Like with GameMaker, like it's very flat, you know. And in a way, like I appreciate how that could lead to a good design kind of workflow where you just don't, You just make everything so self-sufficient and so small and modular that you just like never need to have that depth. But I don't know how I would make this game. Right. Well, this is the thing. So like we were, how do I put this? I know that in Game Maker you can draw to the screen, and that's actually a really, it's a feature that I miss out on in Insignia because I'm using a whole graphics render pipeline that Unity creates, which is like a 3D render pipeline that has, you know, draw calls and layers and shaders and blah, blah, blah. I know in Game Maker you don't do that. In Game Maker you just write to the screen. You can write to a buffer and you can write the buffer to the screen. That's like the classic way of making games. And if you were doing it without an engine, you could certainly do that also, right? You just write the thing to the screen where you want it to be. But like even when I was working with the Primogen and TJ in that 1 week where we made Towers of Mordoria, they're not game developers. The first thing they did was make a transform system with code. That's the first, like TJ's, like the first thing he did was make it so that you can define rectangles with bounds and things that live inside of like that are like appended to or childed to other things. Like, and I guess you could do that in Game Maker, but if you were making an engine, that's like that's what a feature I would expect the engine to have. The idea to parent and child assets together, or like you know, things together. That's just like, and I guess, you know, anything's possible, you know, in programming. There's no right or wrong. You can, if you don't have it, you just build it. But like, it's so like, it just feels so fundamental to like organizing information that you would have things nested under other things or composed of things. And if you're going to have a scene editor, why not let me do composition in the editor? Like, let me build a thing out of smaller things that I built. That's what I love about Godot. I think Godot has this whole paradigm perfectly mapped out. It's perfect. One node per object, per transform. The node can be a script, the node can be a sprite, and you just build things out of a tree of nodes. It's beautiful. Very, very nice. It's a convo. We started talking about whether learning languages is a big deal, like upgrading a language, whether that changes or like if you use a different language version, does that make the language harder to is it harder to process older language? Like, do you forget how to write the language in the older versions if you pick a new version? And I was saying no, because typically you just have, you can see through that and you just, it's not a problem. You know, you don't forget how to write the language. And then I just started talking about paradigms in general, and then we just got onto just Game Maker. I was saying that most languages are pretty similar in how they handle memory and how they do the kinds of patterns that you would use, like C-based languages. But then I was saying there are some languages where the paradigms are different fundamentally, and Game Maker came up as a version, as an example, because it's kind of like it's got that functional programming thing where you don't have mutable, you don't have references really, right? Everything's just you modify something by returning the modified version of the thing. Everything is structs, which I don't like. I mean, Unity certainly has its share of like horrible things in it that are just not necessary, not worth learning. I would not be I'll be the first person to say it. Like I said, the fact that like my game is technically it's a 2D game in like a 3D engine, and I've got like depth and meshes and all this extra stuff to worry about. I actually like Stringbats has criticized in the past like the fact that we are using a physics system to do platforming in the game, like a rigid body physics system. I agree. I think the rigid body physics system in Insignia is like probably unnecessary, and it would be easier to program this without one. It would just be easier. I can admit that. There are things that I get out of it, like I get to just spawn breakable objects in the game. And you get cool stuff like this. That's cool. You could probably do that without a physics system, but you could make your own kind of quasi-physics system, but it's cool that I just get that for free. And I'm familiar enough with the physics system that it uses a version of Box 2D that like I kind of know what I'm getting myself into. It's just little things. Like I'll give you another example. Here's the thing. That, if I'm eating on a slope, suddenly something doesn't work right. So like, what am I doing? Like that wouldn't happen. I wouldn't even have to worry about solving that problem if I wasn't using a physics system. But something about the collider when we're eating, has a rounded edge maybe or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, like this probably doesn't have to be here. No, I don't know what it is. But, these are just quirks. So, we were going to update this shader. I would love to do visualization. Like, I think I want to try with my shaders having like a gizmo mode that lets me draw over the thing that I'm shading, the parameters of what my my properties are going to do. So like right now, this is not moving very much, right? It's pretty calm, whereas this moves a lot. And the reason why is because the amount of wind is proportional to the y-axis. So like the taller the sprite is, the more that it, the more that it shakes. I don't want that to apply here, so there should be some value that I can, pan down to say, not in this instance, don't have it scale. And I'd love to be able to see that as I'm dragging the value. So, maybe we can just go check it out anyway. Okay, you guys definitely, you're inheriting the preview. If I go rotate about axis, you should be 2D. You're inheriting from this. This should also be 2D. What is going on here? Okay. So, interesting that we're rotating. I didn't even know it was doing that. Oh, this is sliding left to right. And then the smaller granules are rotating. Okay, the smaller octaves. So this just goes that way. And then I'm damping it. I must be. Apply as a gradient over... Yeah. So this is the UV offset here. So I want this to be basically toggleable. So I probably want to do a Boolean that's called apply over gradient Y maybe. What is this called? How do I do this? I forget how to do it. We're either doing this or we're doing one, depending on the value of the thing. It is logic. Branch. Yeah, so if this is true, there we go, I don't want this. If this is true, send out one, otherwise send out this, and then plug that in there. That's what I want. And by default, we will say the default is true. Save it, do that, and then I want to make this called wall tree wind. And then wall tree is going to have on its leaves wall tree wind, and wall tree wind has no gradient. Still very soft. I think I want the size to be smaller. That looks pretty good right there. See you, Distron. Probably the power needs to be less, probably just 1.5, I don't know. Okay. Sweet. Yeah. Nice. Now, where is my pulley rules? Oh, I don't think I need pulley rules. I think I just put them in the level. Under pulleys. and I just draw them in. Literally just like that. Now that's a good system. Okay. So, I mean, that's great. Hey, Mustachio, it's going well. So now comes the part where we have to put some more logic into this, right? Some more environmental storytelling, which kind of scares me a little bit. I don't know why though. I can't tell you why. I think I need like a sandbox for this. I also want to try what this looks like under these conditions. That's pretty good. I could get behind that. It's looking sick. It's hard to tell when I want help. I usually ask for it. You can feel free to suggest though if you want. If you want to offer a suggestion, just declare it as one. Doing a game jam in the next couple of weeks. Any overall tips on doing 1-bit pixel art? Hey, Rose of Alistrad, thank you so much for the sub. 1-bit pixel art. I would say one bit is harder than you'd think. If you don't have to commit to 1 bit, if you can make it 2-bit, even 4-bit, you know, that could be easier for you. 1 bit's going to be hard because you basically have one color. So you only have white and black. You know, if you're trying to draw a character, you know, that's what you can do. Depends on the genre as well. You know, I tried to do like a 1-bit Dark Souls thing before. Where I was thinking about like just a top-down game where you're this like tiny little character here, and it comes up with these nicer portraits that are still 1-bit. Basically, I mean, I don't have like much advice other than try to like enjoy and use the negative space. You know, like with 1-bit, you only have what's on the screen and what's not. You know, you don't have like, you know, if you can't like do like set dressing in this scene, very easily. Because if there's stuff that's not important, you only have fully important or not important at all black. So like if you wanted to do something that was like semi-important, you could do something like this, right? A second shade, you could start doing like leaves or trees or whatever rubbish. This is the kind of like Baba is you thing, That's the only thing about 1-bit that I'm a bit concerned about, is that you can't really draw the eye subtly elsewhere. It only has the one place it can be. Even here you can see I'm sort of trying to do other stuff with it. It actually looks really good, really good. So yeah, like it's a challenge. I don't know if I have any tips for it, unfortunately. Sorry. The law of closure is a good one. That's what String Bytes is talking about here. So like, if you're drawing floorboards, that's my go-to example. You don't have to draw the grain in the wood going all the way across. You can just do this, and then the brain will fill in the rest. So, even just filling that in, that'll probably read as a floor, as a plank. Okay, so I'm doing Cheverton world design. Oh shit, what happened here? Okay. It's been years since I touched this file, and unfortunately, all of the world building that has like architecture to it is, some of this stuff is here. This is nice. I wouldn't put that in my game. All of the interesting stuff is all in the city. It's not really stuff that's part of the explorable environmental area, but I think I'd like to do a little bit of thinking about that environmental storytelling. I really like the idea of there being, in fact, let's just go quickly into a screenshot here. Maybe like just here. This is my little hack, if you want to do concepting in a work in progress tile set, just take a screenshot of the level, paste it, and now you can draw on top of all of this stuff rather than having to compose it inside of Sprite. So, maybe here you could do, I've done in the past foreground assets and stuff like that, which we could still do. But it might be nice to see, if there were like statues or something here, that would be really cool. Or signs of things people built that can't exist here anymore. An old castle or a church or something that's fallen through. Just things where people had to try to negotiate with the terrain. There's also the difference between an asset and a thing that lives in the scene. Maybe in this context, I kind of just want like a free canvas to do whatever I want. But there were a few things going on. So in chapter 2, I had these morn fruit, I guess I called them. No, that's not it. No. Tuber. These things. Which still pretty cool, but I think I want them to be a little bit more, if I was to take this and run with it, I want to do like more of them. So these are kind of like growths that are sort of poisonous, that have crept into this area because the tree, the roots of this giant tree that make up the center of the forest, the tree is dying. So it's developing this kind of like bad fruit, basically, in its root system. I think one of the things that I'm learning is, unfortunately, very late in the process. Well, I've had to learn this lesson over and over and over again throughout me working on this game. And it's a lesson that I'm learning as I play Age of Empires still. Like somehow it's just like a personal flaw that I have in my, like, the way that I think about things in general, like any kind of work, is that I don't appreciate volume. Like, more, do double that, triple that, 10 times that, do more. So like I created these sprites in like 2019 or something, and then I just made one of them, and then I tried to decorate a level with it. You know what I mean? Just one sprite, and I flip it and I place it here and place it there and I flip it, and that was all I did. It's like, why don't you just make like 10 of those? Like, who cares? Just make more of them. My brain just like gets, I guess, a bit scared that I'm like committing too much energy to something, like just like hesitating to commit resources to something at scale. And it happens to me in Age of Empires too. Like, for a long time, I would make like 5 knights, and then I would try to attack the enemy base with like 5 knights. And it's like, even if your 5 knights do damage, like you would do so much more damage if you sent 20 knights, you know? Little things like that. And then after the 20, send 20 more. You know, send 100 knights over 2 minutes. Make knights your entire economy. You know, I'll do like a cool scout rush, and I'll rush exactly once. I'll send 3 scouts, they'll kill a villager and they'll back up. And then I'll do nothing. It's like, send more. Keep going. Make it impossible for him to keep doing anything. Why are you stopping? It's like a mental resting on my laurels, you know. That's the thing that I do. And I don't know where it comes from. It's like it's a confidence thing, maybe, of just like, you know, I did a good job and that's enough, you know. I'll rest now. My brain just doesn't think about economies of scale. Yeah, but like 5 castle units is like nothing. Like, make like so many more castle units. Like, you should be, if you're in Castle Age, it's just a thing, like, and there's different strategies, of course. You know, you can try to just go eco, and try to rush to Imperial Age and then build an army. But even then, if you're not controlling the space immediately, you're going to get punished, at least at a higher level. So it's just that idea of capitalize. And it is a confidence related thing, I think it has something to do with confidence. Hey, thanks for the follow. If you're not confident and you're a risk-averse person, the idea of losing time or losing resources is very powerful. Because you go, I don't want to lose resources. I don't want to make those units and then waste all those resources if they don't get a kill or something like that. Or now that I've taken one of their units, I should be ahead. But it's it's if you spending more resources helps you get more resources. That's the whole reason why you would do it. So you can't think of it as a loss. You have to be getting value out of it constantly. And that's, I think, the same thing with anything, with game dev, with pixel art, it's the same. You have to sort of understand, assuming you can understand where you're investing your resources and what those resources are worth, you have to evaluate those things in reference to their scalability. Can I take this method of how I created this sprite and do it 10 times? Is that going to make the game easier to make or harder to make? Does this work? And then okay, if it works, do it. Really do a lot. How much does it really cost you? I think a lot of people worry about, you see this a lot in programming when it comes to optimizing code or writing systems. A lot of people are is it bad if I do this? Or should I avoid doing this specific thing because it's not efficient? Or should I worry about refactoring this? It's at a certain point, you get confident enough, you know exactly what the answer to those questions is. If you have to do something literally more than twice, make it a system. More than twice, turn it into refactor it, Because if you're going to do it more than twice, you're probably going to do it 7 times. You're probably going to do it 20 times. I think as humans, we're just bad at automation. We're just not very good at thinking about it. At least I'm not very good. Some people I think are. I have a cousin who's very successful in business. His business is in temporary fencing. That's what he does. He hires out temporary fencing to companies on construction sites. He's not passionate about temporary fencing. It's just a business he decided to get into. And he has systematically monopolized temporary fencing in the city he lives in because no one else in the temporary fencing business is pushing that hard. So it's he's got factories of trucks that move temporary fencing to different job sites. He's got 40 staff members. Most people who hire out temporary fencing are just a dad and his son, and they might have 2 or 3 guys that truck around or whatever. But just scale up, just invest more money into it. Just make sure that your temporary fencing is on every job site. Be the cheapest and then buy out the other businesses. It's that's a way of thinking that my brain isn't built to do by default. My brain's I'll just draw my little pixels, Oh, this looks good. I'll do one more next week. That's what kind of where my brain is. I don't more doesn't draw my brain in as much as quality does. I'm a quality over quantity guy. I mean, they were just smaller businesses doing the same thing. That's the thing about like capitalism is like you don't actually have to be delivering value. You just have to be doing whatever you're doing better than everyone else or more assertively. You know, it's really about assertiveness, I think, to a lot of it, like a large degree. It's just like, are you pushing harder? Live streams funerals. Yeah. See what I mean? Like, you know, technically I've actually live streamed a funeral, so not joking. My family was like, do you know how to live stream? Can you live stream this funeral? And I did it. Not on my actual account, on a private account, for my family members who are out of town. I have done it before. I did not live stream my wedding. I didn't make any content out of my wedding. Isn't that crazy? As a content creator, you would think I would have mined the shit out of that. I did not. Nah, I don't even really think of myself as a content creator that way. I probably should, but I don't. You haven't seen it? I'll have to request her permission. I'm not just gonna post the photos, but I'm pretty sure I have shared them before. I'm pretty sure they might even be in a YouTube video that I made. In like a blog. Like there might be a video where I say, I did this, I got married, and I show like two photos. That might exist. July 2022. You can check the dates. I think like what would be out there? Maybe like old gates and things like that. I have to go maybe check through some like stuff from Lord of the Rings and bits and pieces as like characters are trekking, as the cast is trekking through Middle Earth? Like, what are the things they come across? I mean, I've got old fences and gates and stuff in chapter 1 too. I want to see. I think this comes back to the thing that I was doing. What do I call this? Ridgelands wet concept mockup. Sprites, tile sets. World tiles. I'll just save it here. I'll save it in background under Cheverton. Yeah, this comes back to what I was working on with that mine goblin. This thing. What I don't do, which I probably should start doing and studying, is what they do in Kingdom. In Kingdom, they do this lovely thing where there will be these, like this, little set pieces along the horizon that are just interesting. It's just something, you know, a cluster of trees with some rocks and something, or a shrine. I think I'm just missing that class of thing in Insignia. Even like just then, this bridge in the background, like that's sick, man. It doesn't even have to be like specific things. It's just suggestive. It's just stuff that suggests some kind of narrative depth. And I think what stops me from doing it often is it's the fact that the game is a platformer, which makes it difficult for me to commit to the space. That's really the biggest issue right now. And this is something that a game like Blasphemous, as far as I understand, and I think this is true, I think it's accurate, Blasphemous's team has a ton of artists in it. Like, I'm talking like a whole team of artists. And that team, let's have a look. Where is the art? Hey, Tartar Gravy, thank you so much for the sub. 2 concept art, pixel environment. Oh, not a big team. Well, three pixel artists for the environment. 1, 2, 3, 4 pixel artists for animation. Okay, not as much as I thought. I don't know why I thought it was like 15 people. I mean, it's still like double, triple the size of Insignia. But maybe Blasphemous 2? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But a lot of those people are doing dual roles. No, pretty lean actually. Still, I mean, again, triple Insignia's team size, but what was I going to say? One of the things that I think that they did is I think they went in after and did the art. Like, I think a lot of the graphics here, it's like they signed off on the level, like finished the level, and then made the specific geometry pretty, which is very disciplined. I mean, if they didn't do that, then they did a good job of hiding it. But yeah, I think like a lot of this space, you know, it feels, well, this, I mean, this is pretty whatever. This is just like a tile set. Let me see if I can find an example of what I mean. I mean, this scene is just a room, right? That's hand drawn. This one here, I mean, certainly the center set piece is custom. But, well, I guess they're just not that committed to the idea of the geometry being like, what's the word? Like, the game is a lot of platforms, specifically. It's like flat areas with platforms rather than organic geometry. So they know that like the room is just like a big rectangle and they can just put the paintings wherever they want, rather than having to worry about what happens if there's a slope here? What happens if there's a staircase here? It's just like, here it is. So maybe that was just a pragmatic thing, that it was easier to do. You know, like this is just, it's just space. And maybe there's something in the fact that it's sort of just a bit hodgepodge that makes it look, I mean, it just looks like a video game at that point. But I don't know. Maybe that's something that I'm not clocking. I think I've seen it again in, I think Frog Rain does this too. A friend of mine's making Frog Rain. This game, it's like a lot of composite stuff. You know, it's like just layers and layers and layers, rather than trying to make it all perfect. Like, certainly these trees, they look amazing. Look at the size of these things. Yeah, 8-bit's different. You kind of get away with a lot more, or with a lot less, technically. You know? Like the seams between things don't have to be as defined. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think I just get, you know, personally too caught up in this stuff. I probably should just make more stuff, you know, just be okay with it. You know, like in this context, it would be something like, dude, just like make a beam, make a scaffold, you know, and that's it. You know, maybe it's a thing that things are hanging from. You know, just fill the space with stuff and then make the stuff make sense later. Maybe. I do still want to have, you know, purpose and intent behind a lot of the things, but I wonder if it's not that big of a deal. I guess I need to be clear about what it is that I want to do in these spaces. I think well, let's have a think. I guess that's what this whole exercise was. I want it to be like dilapidated villages. So I guess we could go to something like Dark Souls Undead Burg. I mean, this is all just literal architecture. Old barrels and things like that. Rotted structures. I mean, I do have like ruins. But again, this might just be one of those things of like, more, Adam. Do more. Oops. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, the pivots in No Man's Land. Yeah, like that stuff's cool. Probably even put it like on a hill a bit further back. And then you would put stuff in the foreground, right? You would put more blocks and stuff. Cut in half, you got 2. Yeah. I mean, I have stuff. This is the thing. I have stuff. I'm just sort of not forgetting, but I'm not making as much use of it as I probably could. Some of this also is like, it has significance, like it has specific meaning. And I need to be careful about, like, you have to answer the question first, like, what is this level? What do I want it to be? Before you don't just make a space and then populate it. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, why does this space exist first? Then you can start dressing it up into something that makes sense. So I think for now, like, it's probably, it is worth doing like repeatable level elements to just dress up this tile set, and that's totally fine. Like, we can just do that. You know, I could go, where are you? I think I want to just draw some stuff. But I want like, for example, in this part of chapter 2, early in chapter 2, Armin kind of finds himself in an old, like a campsite, like somewhere that's been left, that used to be maybe someone's home a long time ago, a place where people have kind of, you know, maybe like a homestead that's been abandoned. Or just some old guy's house, you know, just like a little vagabond kind of poor person's hut, and they've passed away, you know, and then since then travelers just come by and just rest at that spot. Stuff like that shouldn't be that hard to create. Maybe it's burnt out. Be cool to have like a kind of a ceiling here. Hello. You gonna chop it up? What?
Show that on stream.
I don't know if it might be against TOS to show that on stream.
Just a sweet potato.
All right, come on. My wife picked up some vegetables for tonight's dinner. What do you reckon, chat? It's just a vegetable. It's just a sweet potato. I can't show that on stream. Why did she pick that one? I don't know. You trying to tell me something? Anyway, go.
Stop looking at it.
Stop. These are the things that I have to deal with, you know? Clipped and shipped, huh? All right. Okay, well that's a something. I sometimes have to just like remind myself that everything starts as nothing, you know? And it's okay if it's not perfect. You just have to get something on the canvas and you'll figure it out. And I know this is like very much like the abandoned workshops in the game already and stuff like that, but like just get something in there. You know? It's like if Rome was built in a day and nobody was there to see it, what would the sound of one hand clapping be? You know? Just philosophizing. Just think about deep stuff. We're like that here. I think code that is a work in progress. Usually, the problem with art is that it's the brief aspect of it. It's knowing what it is you're supposed to be making when you've got nothing. Like, my challenge here was like, what is this supposed to be? It's just a thing that you put in the background of a thing. You know, that's like not that great. If you were writing code with that same description, you would probably also have something that just didn't make sense. You'd probably write a bad thing if you had basically no brief and you just started typing stuff. But sometimes, you know, you type something and you end up with something interesting. It's just like that might take you a little bit of feeling out to figure out. Like, I think I might make this I mean, I could make it like an abandoned church of some description. Might need to be cozier than that. I don't know. Maybe like a farmhouse? No. Well, maybe. Okay, well, I gotta go, chat. It was fun. File, save as, sprite, set dressing, Leopold campsite. This is bad. I'm not very organized. I mean, it is background and it is in Cheverton. It's like, what is this forest temple background? Oh, I see. That's what that is. I know what that is. I'm going to put it here anyway. And go new folder, Cheverton abandoned barn. I'm going to add the word ruined in there just in case. All right, if I delete this, put this out here, single, bum, 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 not like that. One, I knew that would happen. 1, 2, oh, that sucks. Okay. Empty parent. Pretty good, actually. Meets my needs. Except this, and this need to be on mid-ground. Pretty cool. All right, and then put it all together. Yeah, dude. That's an environment. That's a place in a game. My only thing is I don't have single ledges like that. Cool. All right. Thank you, pals. It was a pleasure. Yo, if you like what you're seeing here on the stream, you should definitely wishlist Insignia. We do that here. The real ones do anyway. We are going to raid... Who are we going to raid? Booyah. Thanks, everyone. Oh. Thanks, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you had fun too. And I'll see you then. If you like this content, you could be a sub of the YouTube channel as well. I post there pretty often. I'm posting shorts on TikTok as well. If you're into that sort of thing, go follow me there. It's all under Adam C. Eunice, so all the same username, easy to find me. That's it. That's the stream. Thank you for watching, both on Twitch and YouTube. As always, I've been Adam, you've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time,